Happy Thursday. So, we are right back in where we left off yesterday. We made a lot of progress. We set up Arthurians down here. Oh, they're off the radar. I need to fix that. We also, we set up this new big dedicated creosote build because we weren't getting enough creosote from our regular tar processing. So this makes pretty much as much creosote as it possibly can from tar and nothing else. It's processing everything that can be processed into creosote. It does also make a little bit of gasoline and a little bit of aromatics, and those are being pretty readily used up. I do think I need to set my other tar processing builds. I talked about doing this and I don't think I did it. Creosote here, yeah, -1. Maybe I did do it. Low priority on that creosote. And same here. Low priority. Okay, I did do it. I just forgot I did it. And the reason for that is that these tar processing plants, we actually will overflow creosote to other things, whatever we turn creosote into. Aromatics. So we want to let it do that whenever possible. And that means we want to pull creosote from the dedicated creosote build and then let the creosote at the general tar processing make its way up to other processes. What else did we do yesterday? I feel like that was the big one. Oh, we did augs. We rebuilt augs. So we're now sitting at like 3 point something augs a second, and we're going to double that up very shortly as soon as we get the aug module Mark IIs that we need. And when all is said and done, I believe this build is going to do nearly 10 augs a second once we get the module Mark IIs and the building Mark IIs. We can currently only process about 4 augs a second at this processing plant that we made. But we can always upgrade this if we have to. Although dealing with the outputs of more than about 4 a second is going to be tough because this is pushing into a full stacked belt, which is impressive. So as far as what we have to do today, we're kind of waiting on techs. We did get Cridrins done, the tech done, but we haven't done the build yet, so we'll want to do the build for these. It's a very simple build. But then the next thing in the to-do list is graphene here. We need great alien samples in order to start doing Scrondrixes. And those are our next alien life thing. But of course, we're also going to need great alien samples for Pi-Psi 3. So what I want to do is once we get this genetics stage 4 tech, this also includes new DNA polymerase and new primers recipes. So I want to look into what our total demand for polymerase and primers is going to be at Pi-Psi 4, or sorry, at Pi-Psi 3, and see if there's a reason to rebuild with those new techs, or if we can still keep scaling the old techs and what our total input demand is going to look like. We can start doing that analysis in YAFC without waiting for the techs. And we might be doing that. We might spend a little bit of time in the spreadsheets just while we're waiting for techs. Oh, the other thing I wanted to do today, I knew there was something else I had thought of, is I had set some weird input priorities on some things. Like, I think iron processing fluid is flagged as high priority. Yeah. And I have a couple of things that consume molten iron that are set as high priority, and it's all freaking weird. But now that we have significantly more lard, and we're turning that into plenty of... Well, I say plenty. We are slowly catching up on the oleochemical demand. You just can't see it. It's not backing up in the output station yet, because there's still a lot of demand around the base that hasn't been satisfied, but, like... We're getting there. So I do want to start removing some of these weird priorities that were there to protect us from some of these bottlenecks. Now that we have a steady state and those loops have closed. So, like, looking for this one, we have... Well, this is the iron input. And this no longer needs to be flagged as high priority. And the other one was the RMAC 12D that I think I marked as high priority. Yeah. And then I also, I think, marked some consumers of molten iron as high priority, and we can unflag those as well. So this is the one for advanced small parts. Let's unmark that. This one is moss. Let's unmark that. And this one is... Right, this was the new setup for AUGs. And we can unmark this. I ended up not actually needing this to be high priority because we shipped in moss instead. But what I should be able to do is, if we remove the request for moss from here, this is going to have to drain the moss that got delivered by this train, and then we just have to hook back up the borax and advanced castings to this belt, and that will turn moss back on from this system, pulling from the molten iron. So we will want to swing by and do that actually pretty soon, or else the whole thing's gonna fall over again if I let AUGs die. What are we missing here? Molten aluminum. Oh yeah, aluminum is totally screwed. Let's, do I want to do that now? Yeah, let's do that first. We've got Cridrons to do. Yeah, all of these are sort of work in progress things. All right. Aluminium. We are going to be making... Yeah, I see why we're out of aluminum. A bunch of stuff here uses it. All right, let's add a summary page, and let's just see where we're at. If we look at aluminum... Well, first, let's see what we need as far as molten aluminum. Because we should be using molten aluminum at least for, like, duralumin. It might go off the edge of this view. Do I have a horizontal scroll bar somewhere? How do I EFC? Yeah, this doesn't make a horizontal scroll bar. So I actually can't see all the... I'm gonna have to file a bug for that. Okay, so duralumin is using molten. What do we need here? Molten aluminum. All right, it's only duralumin. That's fine. So if we take the aluminum plate build and we say we need 25 molten aluminium, it already doesn't solve. Okay, so there's our problem. If we upgrade this to 2 belts, we're making 18 aluminum a second. And what do we use? 1.17, call that 2, 3.5, 5, 10, 12, 15, like 17. Okay. So 2 belts of raw at our current processing would be sufficient. Or do we have better processing available now? Is that an option for us? This is aluminum 2 that we're doing, right? Yeah. So, like, yes, aluminum processing stage 3 is available to queue up. So maybe we want to redesign aluminum processing and bring it up to modern standards. Do we also do 2 belts of input if we're going to do that? I don't know. Let's see what it looks like. Where's my... I lost TFC. There it is. All right, so we're going to do still bring in 15 a second, and we're going to just clear all of these through. So powdered aluminum to the aluminum pulp stage 1, to stage 2, to stage 3, to stage 4, to sodium illuminate. All right, and this does apparently still deadlock. Nope. Doesn't like this. Oh, because we also have to process... Oh. Okay, so this seems like it's going way off into left field here. We're, like, integrating with vanadium processing. The vanadium concentrate loops, at least. Alright, so yeah, that spits out a bunch of vanadium pentoxide. And then we either go to molten aluminum, which makes 65. Oh, no, that's fine. Well, okay, so we have this whole side chain, which makes whatever. And then if we go to the high-grade alumina first, if we do the extra processing step, 82. Yeah. What did I say? I need 25 molten aluminum out. And this is going to say it doesn't solve, but then I forgot to add the casting step so it can use the rest of the aluminum. That's why it was being silly. Those are regular casting units. Most of these should end up being regular buildings because they can't be prodded. All right. So we have this weird vanadium processing byproduct that we have to deal with. We're going to have, a little bit of steam. That's fine. That's an electric boiler. Acid strip solution, hydrogen peroxide, used solvent. Okay, solvent separation. I'm assuming... No, used solvent is only from this. Okay, so we want to do this on site. We're not going to have central, like, used solvent reprocessing. None of the vanadium stuff prods. No. Okay. So this whole side chain is going to be a thing. All of these can be Mark 1 buildings because I'm not going to put, like, speed modules or anything in them, so it doesn't matter. There's no sense using Mark 2 buildings for any of this. We probably don't even need a... No, that's not going to be enough aluminum out. So we do still need 2 belts. And if we're going to do 2 belts, then we can, for now, we can just upgrade what we have to 2 belts. We don't have to do the new processing at all. Like, it will give us, like, twice as much aluminum plate, but we only need... Yeah. We only need so much more aluminum, and... we do get enough from just going up to 2 belts on this process. So I think that's what we want to do. I think we just want to expand our existing aluminum. We want to double it. And that will be that. And then we're not even going to worry about the new aluminum processing tech yet. Is this going to be a pain to retrofit? Absolutely. We probably have to take it apart. And we'll want to upgrade the graphite and the lime production to use prod modules anyway. That's going to be a lot of coke still coming into this build, but... out of curiosity, if I was to take the sea lime, now we're making 12 gravel a second, and we're still using like 30 coke. To run the basic oxygen furnaces. Okay. So no. We just stick to this. All right, let's grab the shopping list for this. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 slots. That'll fit in a normal chest. And let's... All right, that's the aluminum upgrade. This is LFR plant. We're still waiting on another 82 panels. So we will we'll keep an eye on that. What else? This is Cridrins. Did I not allow the Cridrin enclosure? Oh, shoot, I did not. And does that get... Where's that being built? I just want to make sure I didn't miss any other inputs to it. Oh, boy. I did. I missed an input. Ugh. Concrete walls are 2 concrete and 4 sticks. Okay. For now, let's throw it in the allow list here. They're used in a couple of other buildings, but it's always alien life buildings, and it's not like we make alien life buildings in, like, constant, consistent quantities. So I'm okay if the AL buildings have to wait on, you know, a bunch of concrete. That's just how it's gonna be. All right, while we're waiting for that Cridrin enclosure then, let's go redo the belts at Augs so that they are properly hooked up, so we're no longer pulling moss from rails, and so that that system is as self-contained as it can be. Oh, I also need to probably increase my aluminum mining capacity, not just our aluminum production capacity. I didn't even think about that. All right, and that should get this running again. Get this moss running again, and we'll be back to spitting out stupid amounts of augs very quickly. Why does this think it's on? It thinks it's on because it has all of its prereqs, and technically it does. But because this belt wasn't hooked up, the logic wasn't quite right. But that's fine, as long as this belt isn't, like, full. As long as we have time for stuff to decay here. Yeah, like 20 minutes left. As long as these start running again, I think it'll be fine. I'll have to double check this, but, like, I mean, I guess I could, like, if I really wanted to. I'll not quite fit it there, can I? Oof, all right. Let's... How do I want to do this? Whoops, turned off my RoboPort. All right. The most decayed ones will eventually make their way down, as long as the ones that are really the most decayed are actually in here, which they may not be, but I think they are. No, they're not. All right. Now they will be. Yeah, because now the most decayed are approximately in these two. These are each set to decay priorities, so the most decayed ones will be moved all the way across. 15 minutes. But again, as long as the system is running, I don't actually expect it to need to let that much decay. All right. I think these guys should be good now. We don't have pups. Oh, we don't have pups because probably this was also turned off for a while because it wasn't getting moss. So, yeah, let these run again. And then we will have pups. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Let's go do the aluminum expansion, and then we'll build Cridrins. And then we might have to spend a little bit of time, like I said, in YAFC looking at primers and DNA polymerase and making sure that we know what our demand for those is going to be as we move into PySci 3. That is everything for aluminum. Cridrins, we're still waiting on the enclosure. Probably just making walls. Yeah, it's just making walls. So that's fine. We'll do aluminum first, and then come back and do Cridrins. All right, we do have an extra station here. Good. I'm going to redo this. I don't want coke coming in on this station anymore because we're just going to need so much of it. So we're going to pull the coke out, and it's going to go through. We're going to bring it in down here. Because between the lime production and the graphite production for this, we're using 22 coke a second. So we really want that in a high throughput station. This also needs to become a high throughput station because, like, we're bringing in 30 a second aluminum now. So, yeah, all of this just needs to be redone, I think is the conclusion I'm coming to. And we probably will also have to fix phosphoric acid because that is going to be a problem for us as well. Although it's hard to know if we're actually short on phosphoric acid production or if it's just because our wood's been weird. I guess I can double check that in YAFC as well. But I'm just pulling all the pipes off of everything here because we're going to relay out this entire build. All right, we've got 2 belts of ore now, so this becomes a high throughput station. We've got to make a bunch of graphite and a bunch of lime, and we may as well do that down near where the... Three-stream streak. Thanks for consistently hanging out. I appreciate it. What am I doing? I'm putting a drop-off station down here. And this is where we're going to bring in the the borax and the sand castings. Yeah. Okay. I'm starting to make a plan here. It's taking shape slowly but surely. If we look at YAFC real quick, so we're going to have the borax and the graphite on one belt. So we'll make the graphite at the coke station or near the coke station and spit out the borax there. The sand castings will go right up to where we're doing the casting units on site. And then yeah, and that's it. The limestone and the lime that we make from it, we're going to have to send on a belt, like, all the way up to the top, where we're working with the alumina pulp here. but that is not a big deal. And I guess I'm going to have to decide if I want to use a red belt or if I want to stack this. We may as well just use a red belt for this segment in. We can stack the aluminum ore, but then I think when we're getting 6 a second powdered aluminum, we'll get 12 a second lime and 6 a second powdered aluminum, and those will both be on yellow belts. They'll both side load a red belt, and that will feed this stage. I think is the way to do it. I'm just moving all of these things that I pulled out of this station back into this station before I reset the requests on it again, because I don't want to get too many deliveries of too much extra stuff. All right, now we can set the deliveries and enable this. Sand castings. And borax. I was just looking at this. And neither of those should actually request a delivery right now because there's plenty of it. Yeah. And those are both like, yeah, only a few a second. Not worried about it. So this I want to stack, and that way if I do decide to go up to 3 belts, it's easy to deal with. Someday I'm going to look at my UPS, and I'm going to cry, and I'm going to swap out all of these stack inserters all over the base for loaders. That's... But for now, today is not that day. 6 ball mills. I actually probably could design this for 45 a second. I should have... Well, I won't have the stuff to do the graphite and the lime at that scale. So, I was going to say, because I should have all the parts from making... from the previous aluminum, because I didn't remove them from the Logi request. But because we weren't previously doing the lime and the graphite in tier 2 machines with modules, I don't actually have the extra couple of furnaces that I would need to do that. So we'll build this for 2 belts of input, and that's fine. Aluminium. Each of these inputs 5 a second. Jeez. And outputs 1.5 a second. All right, I think... Well, we might get away with this. It depends on how it actually outputs. Yeah, 1 in 50. We might need a second outserter. Hand size doesn't help if it's only outputting like 1 of each component. So we'll see if these can move fast enough or if we need a second outserter. This, we're going to split the gravel. Really shouldn't be doing anti-sprawls. I'm not sure I know what you mean. How much gravel is this? 3 a second. All right. Oh, really? That all connects if I move it over 1? Okay. Fine, we move it over 1. Also, did the text-to-speech not actually fire? I didn't hear it. Interesting. One second. Let me, Right, I know to sprawl is to spread out. I'm just not certain what you mean by an anti-sprawl. Trying to build too compact and building yourself into a corner? Is that what you mean? It thinks the browser source is offline. That's funny. Can I force a refresh? Probably gonna tear it down or at least move it. Yeah. Sorry, I'm doing some debugging here. Let me, Come on, sound alerts.
Hello, world.
Okay. It got there. All right, I think I fixed it. I heard it at least.
Ook.
All right, and then this needs to combine into what is going to be a red belt, because this is where we're going to have the, what I was talking about, the, carbon electrodes, graphite. So let's do that down here, because that's easy to set up. That is, according to YAFC, what? 4 high-pressure furnaces. All right. Easy enough. And how much coal coke going in? 7 going in. All right. So that's only 1/2 of a belt. I don't have to do anything weird with that. I think we do it right here. Oh, and this is how much? Oh, well, one, this is the wrong thing. It's not the graphite into this stage. So let's just stop doing that, and let's do the right thing. Because it's the limestone, or it's the lime into this stage. So that's going to be... a belt of this, plus... 10 a second limestone. All right, so that'll be its own belt. Into 5 high-pressure furnaces here. I just want to be careful that I'm not, like... Let's go out this way instead.
Unironically, I've already managed to get 4.5 science per second.
.5 science, that's not bad. I'm, what are we at here? Not that much. About a quarter of a science per second. That's actually a significant amount of science. Congratulations, good job. That's red and green, yeah. I mean, it is pretty easy sometimes to get a lot of red and green and then hit a wall trying to scale past that, right? Because the inputs to red and green are so easy. Although I don't remember how much K2SO messes with that. I have a Discord. Is guild their official term for their just a Discord server? I do have a Discord server. It's linked in like the Twitch like socials section of my site, of my Twitch page, which I think can be hard to see when I'm actually live streaming, which is kind of annoying. But it is down there somewhere. Oh yeah, it's there. If you check the About section. Okay, what am I doing? Limestone, and that is a lot of soil extractors. All right. Discord is the singular platform to have fucked the definition of server for millions of people. That I agree with. Yeah. I think I knew at one point that Guild was the name their API used, because, like, I have done stuff with their API. I just don't know that I've ever heard someone use it in conversation. Whatever. That is good enough for power poles. That'll be lime out, and we do have to deal with the CO2 byproduct. Yeah. I mean, I do have a machine that is my, like, local file and gaming server. I could probably set up an IRC server on it. But somehow I doubt that your average Twitch or YouTube viewer is going to want to deal with getting onto an actual IRC server. I mean, if I could be not on this platform, I would be not on this platform, right? But unfortunately, we're all kind of stuck here. 12 a second lime. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do red belts, out here. I'm gonna split it, and then we're gonna side load a yellow. And then this will side load another red, which is silly, but it just... This should keep everything reasonably compact through here. And then we just gotta take the CO2 out a little bit further. I've been the crazy free software person screaming about centralized platforms for entirely too long. And I'm glad that people are finally starting to get nervous about Discord and Twitch and all of these other things. I feel very vindicated. But also, I don't think people really appreciate how much effort it's going to take to be not on them. And I think people are going to start going back to them. Because the alternative is to, like, learn how to build your own spaces on the internet, and no one's going to do that. I saw some stuff about that, and I haven't read about it in detail yet, so I'm going to withhold detailed commentary on any of the Matrix stuff. I mean, for individual communications, and obviously that's not the situation for a lot of us. A lot of us want to have open community group chats, but like for individual comms, I've been telling everyone to use Signal for a decade now. Or what feels like a decade now. Okay. 4 agitators, no. 4 mixers, turning the powdered aluminum and the lime into aluminum pulp stage 1. Whoops. All right, and this is going to be awkward to get all these inputs in, but we'll get it figured out. We're going to have water and phosphoric acid. We almost certainly are going to have to increase phosphoric acid. I may have mentioned that earlier in the stream, but it's going to have to happen. And then this actually can really just go like in here if we're feeling like being a little more compact, and then we can go one further north with these machines. All right, Twitch is telling me that it has already been an hour and it's going to run an ad break, so we're going to go ahead and let the ad break run, and when we are back, we will keep working on this aluminum build. I'll see everyone in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for sticking around through the break. We're back. Thanks for hanging around, everybody. Okay, where was I? We are making... We're upgrading aluminum a little bit. Right, well, and... I was reading a little bit of that, that blog post during the break. And yeah, because the Diffie-Hellman exchange is used to exchange group secrets, although a malicious member of a group can also always leak the group's secret, right? Like, anyone who is intentionally setting their keys to 0 can leak whatever they would have received encrypted anyway. So whether or not it's a practical attack, I haven't fully understood yet. But certainly it's bad, because it allows bugs in other software to potentially break the security, right? If a non-malicious accidental 0 key makes it through, then that leaks everyone else's keys as well. Or leaks the group chat key is what it seemed like it was. I'm not totally familiar with the Matrix protocol under the hood. I need to finish reading that blog post. But buggy clients being able to leak session keys is bad. All right, let's pull... Excuse me. Let's pull through the phosphoric acid here. But also, just like, as a matter of principle, as a software engineer, thinking about... Right, it's a simple call, and thinking about defense in depth, and like, yes, even if someone maliciously setting a 0 key can also maliciously do other things, protecting against buggy software and making sure that buggy software can only leak certain amounts of stuff is still valuable. So, like, checking those types of preconditions is still worthwhile, even if it is not necessarily directly a security vulnerability. It is still a bug. And it's still sloppy. And it's still a bad attitude. My position is also always to avoid writing as much cryptographic code as possible. And, like, if you're writing your own Diffie-Hellman stuff, then you've already fucked up, in my opinion. There is never any legitimate justification for re-implementing Diffie-Hellman. There is someone smarter than you who has done it already. Water in. Oh, I already have water here. Yeah. Well, X25519 Dalek is, a relatively standard library. Is that the one that they were saying was doing it wrong, or is that the one that they're saying has the right APIs that Matrix didn't actually call correctly? I didn't read the details. I only skimmed part of the blog post. I haven't had time to read the whole thing. Yeah, they're wrapping X25519. Yeah, they're using it badly. Yeah. And maybe that library needs to, you know, have better higher level primitives built in. That is a problem with cryptographic libraries in general, is they don't always give you the right primitives at the right layers for your applications. But still. Sweet. That is aluminum pulp stage 1. Which stage do I need to actually output? It's the stage 2, right? That I need for... No, it's the stage 1 that we need as a input to electrolytic capacitors. Yes. Okay. So let's get that routed first, and then we'll figure out what we're doing with the... Oh, there's already a pump there. All right, that'll get electrolytic capacitors running again. Oh, these have way more inputs than... Ooh, is 2 inserters gonna be enough? Yes, the answer is yes. Okay. So that is running. And then that goes to 4 agitators, which make the stage 2. And we need to do something like that and that. Okay. This is a weird machine. Guess we'll do it like that. Because we can lift this up to here. Do we need steam at any other steps? No. Okay. So we're going to go ahead, and I'm just going to run the steam, actually. Right? Oh, I didn't, Shoot. Oh, well. I didn't remember to add the steam back into this, so I don't have enough boilers, and I don't have the efficiency modules for the boilers. Oops. All right, we're gonna need 6 of these guys in total. So that is steam. And then we're just gonna run this water, not quite pass through, but oh no, it's perfect actually. Perfect. Okay, that works out fine. I'm happy with that. Oh, no, it didn't quite work out. I was right. I just misclicked. There we go. So that should be making steam now. Yes, the stage 1 isn't going in because we're still rebuilding our buffer of stage 1 because I let that drain while I was taking the old aluminum apart. Wait. No! Shoot. No, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. This was supposed to be the aluminum molten output, not the stage 1. Can I fix this? Yes. Am I going to enjoy it? Doesn't matter. Okay. Crisis averted. Yeah, so this will dump as much of this as can go into here, and then the rest of it will get processed into molten aluminum. Or into the stage 2, and then into molten aluminum. Wait. Stage 1 and stage... That's stage 1. That doesn't connect through, because these are 2 different outputs on each side. Okay. Figured it out. We're good. I think I've gotten this wrong in every way that I could conceivably have gotten it wrong. But it's working now. And that goes into the electric arc furnaces that are going to actually make molten aluminum from the stage 2. All right, and then that won't be able to pump the aluminum in until the pulp is fully pumped out, but that is fine. The graphite can come up here. Each of these needs not that much. And the other side of the graphite belt needs to be... Oh, I did not really leave myself room to route this, did I? We need the borax out of this one. Guess we're going this way. And... we're going to need to pull a bunch of this graphite off until we get to where I properly connected the borax belt. Oh. All right, that's coming through fine. That'll just take a second. I think that's just pretty much waiting for this belt of borax to make it up. And then we'll have molten aluminum coming through again. Now that'll run there. And we also want our aluminum hooked up to a couple of casting units. And then the last thing is I need to get the... how do I want to do this? This is going to be a pain. Oh, you know what? Let's just... route this with a splitter. That'll be easier than anything else I could come up with. Because each of these is going to need a small amount of sand castings. There we go. That should do the job. Machines had a bit of harmony. Yeah, a little bit. It is like the worst machine noise, though. I think that's pretty much it for the aluminum upgrade for now. We will maybe eventually want to switch over to... Yes, I don't know how accurate it is, but it does have a Doppler shift. Actually, you can hear it on the trains when they whoosh by. And that's probably what it was added to the game for, was trains. Oh, wait, no! I needed those. Can we have those back, please? I can has boiler? There we go. And do we have... We should have the Cridrin thingy by now, right? Yeah, we'll grab that too. How are we doing on these guys? 108 out of 150. So very nearly ready for our first big LFR plant. Oh, this also should have a couple of... Or maybe just one. Well, actually, I can do the math on this, right? If we want to store enough steam to run... Oh god, my YAFC's a disaster. We upgraded aluminum. We don't need every aluminum user anymore. That was just so I could see the summary sheet. Alright, so this uses 600 steam a second. And how long is a Factorio night? Factorio night cycle. "42 seconds is the full dark duration. And I believe I read in the codex that thermosolar disabled during nighttime, but have 100% output even with a small amount of daylight. Okay, so it's just for the 42 seconds of pure night that I need to buffer steam for. So that is, come on, 42 times 600, which is actually not that much steam. Okay, no, that's only... Oh, 420, not 42, yeah. No, it's 420 seconds total, I thought, right? And 42 of those are pure dark? So I only have to buffer enough steam for those. Yeah. Okay. So I only need, like, a little over 25,000 steam buffered. So I don't need a huge pie tank. And the other question is, do we actually make enough extra steam? I guess I can calculate this. In the time that the plants are active... They make a little over 850,000 steam. And over a full day... Sorry, no. I am an idiot. I multiplied by 3 twice. Divide that by 3. They make 283,500 steam, 3 plants over the course of... I'm going to start this over. 420 minus 42 times 750 for all 3 of them is 283,500 steam over the course of the parts of the day that have any light. The turbine is going to use 600 times 420, 252,000 over the course of the entire 24-hour period. So yes, 3 LFR plants makes more than enough steam to run a single turbine 24 hours a day, as long as I can buffer 25,000 steam. So we don't need a 100K tank. We can use a smaller one. Not quite the 10K tanks. I mean, I guess I could just use my standard 40K tank that I always have in my inventory and not even request a different tank. I think that's fine. Cool. Yeah, so this will work as a single power plant that should be able to run the turbine 24/7. And that's what I care about doing, is making sure that it runs forever. Let me drop off the boilers and the efficiency modules at aluminum, and that'll get aluminum running, or should get aluminum running full tilt. And then when we do need more aluminum, that upgrade is going to be a little bit easier now, because this has been slightly reconfigured to be a little bit less funky. Oops, we had some, castings sneak through there. Yeah, phosphoric acid is still going to be a problem. Probably we're throwing way too much of that into our nuclear, or it's just having issues with ash. Both are possible. Yeah, we're out of logs again. So maybe I should at the very least switch this over to prod, but I think we need to double check our phosphoric demand as well. All right. Back to YAFC. Who needs to play the game when we can compute the game instead? All right, phosphoric acid. Or peak phosphoric demand. So we make 30 phosphoric a second. We potentially use 15, 16, 31, 67. We make 30. Okay, so we don't have enough. And also, wood is screwed up. Also, this looks like it was a rebuild that I designed and never implemented, because this is all Mark II buildings with modules, and I don't see all Mark II buildings with modules here. But either way, this is also just not enough phosphoric acid. All right, but that's based on bringing in a certain amount of phosphate rock, which is probably like, what? Oh, that's just 3 jaw crushers worth of phosphate rock is what it is. Okay. No, it's not. It's 3 1/3. That's not even like... Six would be, and that doesn't make anywhere near enough. I mean, I feel like we go up to the full belt and we just move on with our lives and we rebuild this big. Issues are gonna be, obviously, needing this much phosphate rock. Although... we could put Mark II buildings on these with a bunch of speed modules, and they should be able to spit out quite a bit. I mean, it seems like we already have 4, 8, 12 a second. A little more than that. 5.6. So we should have 15 a second. Although, does phosphate rock get used as an input for other things? Yes. Phosphorus pentasulfide uses half a belt, and stainless steel uses 2 a second. So we will want to upgrade all of our phosphate rock mines and add speed modules to them, I think. I just accidentally hit R, and it was probably on a belt, and I don't know how to fix it, because I don't know which belt it was. I meant to hit E, and I tapped R, and I don't know what I rotated. Well... alright. There is no, I guess, tier 2 phosphate mine, is there? So we really just need to throw speed modules into them. Each one takes... what? 5 modules? Is that what I saw? 4 modules. So let's grab 12 speed modules. Let's see how much phosphate rock we can get from our current set of mines. And if we can get it above, like, 24, which I think we can, then we should still be able to go up to a belt of input on phosphoric acid. Ooh, we don't need those anymore. All right, way on that side of the map. And that one is up there. Cool. Let's do that one first. I guess I don't need this aluminum processing stage 3 anymore, since I decided I had enough aluminum just by doubling the input belt instead of upgrading the processing. I assume I'm going to want to do that at some point, because it's like free vanadium as a byproduct on top of a lot more aluminum, but... oh yeah, 14.5 a second. You know, this one can probably get away with not being a fast loading station. Oh, we don't need this. It comes out stacked. I'm an idiot. It's fine. But the other ones are definitely going to need to be. And also, I apparently was one module short. The bots... I had a stack of bots come to me, and I assumed it had all of the modules I needed, and it was one short. So I got to grab that last module before I go all the way across the base to the other phosphate mines. But I think... let's do Cridrons first, just because I'm sitting on those. And because we are going to have plenty of phosphate rock now, I think I will just do the shopping list for the phosphoric acid upgrade. Because that's going to need to get done. Oh, and we have 8 speed modules, which is enough. So let's do Cridrons. Let's do... I need to remember that I need to expand radar while I'm down there, because we don't have radar coverage of the very end of where I've been doing the new AL stuff. And then we can go drop off the modules at phosphate mines, and hopefully we will have at that point, everything we need in the mall done for us to do the phosphoric acid upgrade. Although, with logs still being a bottleneck. All right, radar coverage, good. Arthurians are Arthurian. Wow, they haven't even managed to buffer, like, all the way up this belt yet. What did we make the first one? 620 hours? 5 hours ago. Although we didn't build the actual build 5 hours ago. So Cridrons are disgustingly easy. Although, oh, I need cages. I forgot I need cages in the Cridron loop. Let me just request some cages up here, and we'll grab them when we're ready. Stack should be plenty. But other than that, Cridrons are disgustingly simple. Fissioned Arthurians. I need a second Cridron. Shoot. That was my fault. I wasn't thinking. We need one to be a module, and we need one because we need one to make seeds. Make sure that the seeds are, in fact, just from one. Yes. 1 to 2. So we do just need one more. Oh, and somehow we overcrafted, so we had 2 of them. Perfect. All right, so I have an automated. That's not an automated factory. That's an automated factory. Caged Arthurians. Combined with fish. There we go. That feeds into our Cridron enclosure. Singular. And then this belt is gonna come from some other stuff. Output of this is a very, very small amount of Cridrons. And a cage. So the first thing we do is we split the cages to the left. We're actually just going to throw them right back in here. And they'll get cycled through. And then we can split the Cridrons themselves. Priority here. That will go to our botanical nursery. Making Cridron seeds. Again, in very small quantities. That will combine with soil extractor, which is just 1, at least initially. This doesn't have any fluid inputs. It does not. This is distressingly simple. Soil. And then that will be that belt that comes back up to the Cridrons. This has, what, fish on the way? Yes. This is partly out of coverage, so let's get radar coverage in place. Cool. And we're gonna need, whoops. So yeah, we're gonna need the cages to start the loop here, and I'm gonna need 1 Cridrin to make the first seeds. And I'll grab some Arthurians on the way back from that. And then we should also have all the buildings for the phosphoric acid rebuild. I don't know why we wouldn't. That should be a pretty straightforward one. So we can grab those 2. I don't think there's anything in that craft that should be, like, weird. So, request from buffer chests, and all the modules should come over very quickly. How are we doing here? 130 LFR panels. How are we doing here? We've got everything. Just need to wait for 2 more modules to arrive. One more module. There we go. Wait, that was wrong. I needed those boilers, didn't I? Those are for phosphoric acid. I thought those were spares from when I was doing aluminum. I'm just stupid. 6 boilers, please. It's the second time I've done that today. With boilers, of all things. All right, we're going to grab whatever Arthurians we can from the Arthurian build. They're very slow, but we also don't need that many of them, so they will have some hours to buffer before the Cridrins need another delivery of them. I just want to get Cridrins started. Oh, I remain an idiot. We need 1 more Cridrin. Each Cridrin makes 2 seeds, but you need 3 seeds at once for a craft, which makes 3 Cridrins from 1 Arthurian. It's 3-to-1 on Arthurians. And I only grabbed 1 spare Cridrin, so that would only be 2 seeds. Ugh. All right. Let's drop that request in for 1 more Cridrin then. This one's going to have to craft from, like, first principles, I think. So it's going to take a second. Yeah, it needs to make a DNA sample for it. It's going to be a whole thing. In the meantime, then, I'm not even going to drop off this one. We're just going to go to We're going to go drop off the modules at the other phosphate mines, and then we'll go rebuild phosphoric acid. Maybe it's worth doing a pass on YAFC to see if we have anything that uses a lot of logs that has not yet been switched over to have tier 2 buildings and prod modules, because we are having some issues with logs. All right, these other phosphate rocks are around here somewhere. Here and here. So this station, I'm going to need to change. This is going to need to become a high throughput station because it's just going to be spitting out so much phosphate rock now. With 4 speed modules, these are 14.5 a second, so... Make sure there's no train coming, there's no train coming. Because I have definitely made that mistake before, and it makes Cybersyn really sad. Cool. And then the other thing I'm going to do is this one up here. Oh, I can't set a priority. I don't have the thing, but we're going up there anyway, so I will be able to. I'm going to mark this one as low priority. Because I think the other station is going to have enough, and it's a high throughput station, so it'll load more quickly. So rather than... Yeah, because these trains are in and out of here. So rather than have trains sometimes get dispatched to the slow station, we'll just have everyone always try to come to the fast station. So, phosphoric acid. Our input to this is going to be 8 jaw crushers. Yeah, we're going to have to maybe I just rebuild this someplace new entirely? Isn't this weird because this also brings in a certain amount of phosphorus acid and has to deal with it? Yeah. We have to be able to recycle the phosphorus acid from nuclear. Oh, but that's only like 1 a second. I'm surprised then that this is sitting so... Oh, right, because I split it. We make phosphorus acid in one build. We output it. And then we literally train it around to the other build. I forgot that I had split this. Okay. In that case, we might be able to make this work, because it's really two separate builds, and I think I actually do have the space if they're sort of disconnected. But we'll do that when we're back from the ad break. Twitch is telling me it's ad time again. I'm going to get a little bit of water during the break. I recommend you do the same. Hydrate. If you haven't moved in an hour, move. And I'll see everyone soon. Welcome back, everybody. All right, let's get phosphoric acid figured out. This needs to change because we're not going to fit 8 machines right here, I don't think. No. Okay. So that's the first thing I need to do is start pulling this stuff apart. The other question is, if we're bringing in a belt of phosphate rock, do I want to upgrade this to... Do I want to upgrade this to a high throughput station here, or do I want to try to route things differently? I think the answer is I want this to be a high throughput station. So let's disconnect the inputs. Let's try not to throw anything away. Yeah, ash is definitely one of our limiting things right now. That is very much true. So, if we're pulling out 15 at first, phosphate rock, thank you. We're gonna have to run this vertically instead of horizontally, I think. So actually, instead of this, it's gonna be doing this. We're just gonna squeeze this in as tightly as we can right here, even though I kind of hate to do that. That's right up against that. All right, let's give it a little bit more breathing room, but not like a lot more breathing room. Let's do it like right here. So 2 in to 2.4 items out. That's a grand total of, 18 items in total. All right. So that is a red belt, 1, 2, 3, 4 machines, and that. Okay. Now, at this end, we can split it. Like so, and the 9 a second will fit on a yellow belt now, so that's fine. And that goes in with a bunch of pure sand. Actually, I'm gonna stay on here. We're gonna do... I'm actually gonna do this for the phosphate. And then I'm going to push this up just like 1. I don't love having inserters right at corners. It's just an aesthetic thing. But we'll push it up 1 more. Now this plus ash, and we're doing 7.2 ash a second, which actually will fit on half of a yellow belt. So that's going to be here, ash. Come on. There we go. All right. So that'll be ash plus the crushed or powdered phosphate, whatever. And that needs to go into 9 high-pressure furnaces. Making phosphorus acid. And this is actually a lot of input. Oh, no. I haven't put the modules in yet. Don't trust the numbers. It's still going to be a lot, but it's going to be a much more manageable amount. 1.8 items off of this belt, yeah. So each of these is going to take... And then 4 pure sand. Let's make sure that we have a pipe in place. Although actually, hold on. We don't even have to do it this way. Let's not do it this way. Let's bring this to here. And we'll just use blues. Because we don't have a solid output of this, we only have the liquid output, we can do, we can do the sand like so. Oh, getting my belts backwards because I'm holding shift because I was shift dragging, and that also changes the direction of the rotation. I think that's probably why I so frequently rotate things backwards from the way I expect to rotate them. I don't 100% know that that's the issue, but I really, really suspect that that's the issue. And then here we had this belt of syngas. And that will be routed up like here now. Beautiful. There we go. I think this is just taking a little while to catch up on what was like backed up on this belt, so it'll get itself there. We're outputting 9 stone a second, so let's throw down a couple more outserters. Or I guess those are inserters. And then this is fully backed up on the phosphorus acid. Sweet. Phosphorus acid. Done. Now, we have to do the other side where we turn it into phosphoric acid. We also have to get wood hooked up again. How much wood does this use? This uses 30 wood a second. Okay, this is not gonna be on the same wood station anymore then. That's just infeasible. So I'm going to have to figure out where we're getting wood from. Which is probably fine, because this whole setup's a little wonky anyway. All of this gets torn down. Steam here gets torn down. I'm not sure what this pipe is. This looks like legacy infrastructure. Is this the old steam pipe? Okay, I don't care about this pipe at all. We're not worried about that pipe. I also appreciate that we still have all of these coal mines here. This is from 400 to 500 hours ago I built those. But I'm not worried about if we have to tear any of this stuff down, and especially these roboports. Like, this is the edge of the old roboport range, and like none of this matters. So I'm fine going over any of that as we get this build fixed. Everything we're working on is more important than all that stuff. So, first things first. Oh no, it's only 4.5 logs a second. Sorry, I was looking at the amount of wood I need, not the amount of logs. We can totally still do logs in this requester chest. That's fine. Oh, I did it again. I hit shift where I shouldn't have. Got myself all confused. Okay. So this is coming in. We're going to have 5 wood processing units, apparently, because why have a normal number of them? And because these are going to stack their outputs, we don't have to worry about them going onto a yellow belt. That will be fine. Each of these, I think, just pulls in 1 log a second. Yeah. And that connects to 14 DDCs. Oh, no, no, no. Don't even think about tiling those yet, Brandon. Let's make sure we figure out phosphorus acid distillation. There we go. And that outputs 3 things and inputs 2 things. Jeez. Okay. I think this is actually almost manageable. And by almost manageable, I mean totally manageable. Yeah. So we've got steam in at the top, and we're going to have the phosphorus acid in at the top. And then on the bottom, we're going to have phosphine, whatever this is, and let's actually do the hydrofluoric first. And then the phosphine. And then we can do... There we go. Did I not properly copy and paste the pipes here? I didn't. Shoot. Connected. Woo. All right, I think that's all correct now. I hope so. We'll find out. And then each of these guys also needs 4 wood a second, which is just so much wood. Nope, not there. Where can I put power? Okay, that does reach if I do power like that. That's fine. In that case, we do that. And I think that is perfectly feasible. That may be less so. Let's just get that reconnected. I have no idea if this power line is important, if it's load-bearing at all. I don't think it could be for anything in the main part of the base. Because, like, everything should have redundant links through rails at this point, right? Because we have loops everywhere. So it should be very hard to really screw up a load-bearing power pole in that way. But still, no sense messing around with it. So phosphorus acid comes in here. And we are also going to have 6 electric boilers. Deal with that in a second. The hydrofluoric acid is our first output. The phosphoric itself I'll deal with in a second. Well, no, because we also need phosphine as a real output as well as here. Okay. So yeah, we're going to have phosphoric. Which will come into here. And then phosphine as well. So that should be all of the fluid outs of the first stage. And then I'm trying to remember how this works. I'm curious how much of this is all on this one long wooden power pole. What was I doing with my life that I made this many roboports, but I was still using wooden power poles? Is this important? No, this is also all old steam pipe stuff. All of this is dead infrastructure. Okay, let's get steam figured out. Six. And these guys should turn on. Yes. Excellent. So that's going to start to spit out all of the things. Now, I believe what we then want is we need an overflow on the phosphine. And that feeds 3 of these guys. Doing phosphoric acid. Yep. And then that comes down here as a top-up. And that should do the trick? No, it's the other way. This one connects directly. This one tops up. Right? Because what do we want? We want to make sure that we want to make sure we don't get backed up on either one. So let's look at both situations. If we're making more phosphoric acid, or if we're consuming more phosphoric than phosphine, the phosphine will back up. It'll get converted. And I guess whether it tops up or the other one tops up, they both just get pulled through. If we need more phosphine than phosphoric, well, then this just won't overflow. We really actually can't handle that situation. We can never handle needing more phosphine than phosphoric. So I don't think it matters, is the conclusion I've come to. I think these just merge together, and we just overflow the phosphine gas. Okay. And we are out of ash again. Ugh, yeah, I'm gonna have to make ash. And hopefully ash will actually just fix our log issues. I suspect the issue with log is ash. I just need to figure out what a dedicated ash build looks like. But for now, we do have plenty of phosphorus acid, so these should all be running. Yeah. And this whole thing is prodded now, which will help a little bit with the ash input and with the log input. So worth doing, even if we think we do potentially still have some input bottlenecks. Like, this still needed to be done. All right, next. Oh, I wanted to make this one low priority so that we prefer to pull from the fast station. Not that it should matter, but whatever. Next, I think we should have the other Cridrin we need at the mall, so we can grab that, and we can finally get those running. That should be a quick thing to drop off. And then I think we need to start planning for graphene and graphene and great alien samples. And possibly we can build our first LFR plant if we have the inputs for that done. There's our Cridrin. LFR is still at 130. It's been sitting at 130 for a while. Mirrors. Of course it's mirrors, but... Oh, yeah. Well, that'll do it. Did I break aluminum? Oh, yeah, because we turned off phosphoric acid for a while I was rebuilding it. So obviously it's going to take a minute for aluminum to turn back on. All right, we'll have to check on that then. That's going to block some stuff for a while. I don't think it's a huge deal, but we do need to keep an eye on aluminum and on phosphoric acid and on wood and on ash. And I guess I can check iron and oleochemicals and see how they're doing. Whoa! We ran out of lard. Did Augs halt? Yes. Why? Eh? Oh. Oh, shoot. That was my fault. When I redid this spoilage section, I disconnected this and it turned off the native flora. So I turned off Augs. That wasn't ideal. Look at how many cubs we have, though. Oh my goodness. Hundreds of them. Okay, let's drop off the Cridrin things, and then I think we're going to have to spend a little bit of time in YAFC planning the next couple of builds. We've got Graphene coming up as a tech, and then after that, Genetic Stage 4. Great alien samples we're going to need for science. And as I said at the beginning of the stream, I want to check if primers and DNA polymerase are worth upgrading to the new recipes. Do we have some? Hey, we have a few. I'm also just gonna do this. We're gonna grab everything off the belts here. Because that's not a lot, but it will make a lot more Cridrins than it is. So those guys and the cages. And then the first couple of these guys into seeds. And that'll give us 4 seeds, out of which we'll get, well, 3 Cridrins, which turns into a bunch more seeds. And they will start looping. And eventually... oh, I never actually built the output on this. I got distracted. Let's build the output. All right, that should be the output. These are, in fact, running. Just gonna take a second for them all to to start accumulating. Cool. We shouldn't have to come down to this part of the map for a long time now. Phosphoric acid is what? Running. Cool. Yeah, it's going to take a minute for phosphine to, like, fully back up and start looping. And the phosphine accounts for, like, a quarter of our total phosphoric acid production, actually. So it's not nothing. Did aluminum get a delivery of it yet? No, it went somewhere else. Yeah, we got some demand for phosphoric acid that has not really been met. So this one's aluminum. This is, I don't know. This one has phosphoric. This has got to be some kind of metal processing. Oh, yep. Uranium. But it only has a little bit. This one is etching solution, which also is not totally caught up on phosphoric, but etching solution at least is broken for a different reason. Oh, lard. Okay. That's, hopefully Augs are fixed now, and lard will start to catch up on its demand. I found a couple of ways that they weren't quite done correctly so far. But it seems like they're running smoothly at the moment, so... Interesting that the water barrels are only going into one of these. I guess that's just the way the inserter priority works out. For this to fully loop, I think at full speed, we're going to need more barrels in the loop, obviously, because we'll need both of these machines to be able to run. And if we don't have enough barrels in the loop for both machines to run, otherwise, yeah, we got bedding. Cool, bedding's running consistently. I think that was a biomass output, which is fine. Yeah, we can see we have lots and lots of cubs, and that's expected because we do have... These are already Mark II repro complexes, even though we don't have the Mark II paddocks, so they are, they're just a lot faster than the paddocks are at the moment. Oh, you know what I can check while I'm down here? I doubt we have that many of them yet, but, oh. Hey, we have some AUG Mark IIs. Okay. Let's go module up to Mark IIs then. I don't know if I have enough Mark IIs. What do you think, chat? Do we have enough? How many do I actually need? 4 times 20 is 80, plus 16 is 96. I have 100. Okay. Can I just do this? Yes. Cool. And this is still gonna make more cubs than we need, or pups, or whatever they're called. Pups. Because again, these still aren't Mark II machines. So, like, upgrading the modules upgrades both the... Yes, it upgraded the consumption of the pups, but it also upgraded their production, so... But we should now be at, I don't know, a lot of augs per second. 5.76. So we can officially make more than the upgraded AUG processing can handle. So upgrading these to tier 2 buildings is purely a future-proofing thing. Oh, I should have dropped off those Mark 1s at the output, because, like, they're perfectly good AUGs, and they have perfectly good lard inside of them. Do I have anything else that I can address currently? And I think the answer is no. Oh, good. We got coal dust coming into this machine. That's turning into something useful. I wonder if this needs to be made a faster void. Like, upgrade this to be able to do a red belt instead of a yellow belt. Maybe not. It seems like... Yeah, there's no other trains with a stop, so it's not like it's... Boy, we are so far behind on aluminum. But we did get some phosphoric acid, so we will be at least running the aluminum again. Oh, I didn't check my aluminum mine. Yeah, how much does this actually make? 16.8. Okay, so we need to double this, and we need to make this a high throughput station. So that is a thing we can do. We can grab another 12 of those machines. and upgrade the aluminum input. Otherwise, we are quickly going to start running into a bottleneck with aluminum ore, and that would be silly. And after that, I really do think we need to go into YAFC. I'm trying to fix anything that I can think of that just needs to be done in the base before we start spending time in the spreadsheets, because I don't want to be sitting letting basically AFKing a broken base. If we're going to let it AFK, we should at least let it AFK while it's functional. So that's why I'm trying to think of anything else that I want to do before we flip over to planning. And then this is still going to be waiting for, waiting for aluminum, which is going to be down here somewhere. Yeah. Where even is the aluminum mine? Ah, it is here. Okay. I had a vague idea, but I wasn't totally sure. There we go. That is aluminum. So the next couple techs we've got is we've got graphene coming, which I think we're going to need some for some things. And then great alien samples, DNA polymerase, primers, potentially other things. So into YAFC we go. This is all phosphoric acid stuff. That should all be good now once it catches up. Cridrins are done. Thermosolar, I don't really need this tab open. Like, I know what I'm building with that. So unified science here. This is showing really just one factory making great alien samples. One second. Let's get all this figured out. Yeah, so primers, we have the recipe. What does the new recipe do? The new recipe adds sea sponges. It adds sea sponges. Oh, it guarantees 1 in 6 seconds as opposed to 0.7 in 5 seconds. So that's cool. That's like 20% better. And it uses the same amount of phagogy, the same amount of laboratory... Oops, sorry. Same amount of phagogy, same amount of sap, same amount of laboratory instruments, same amount of shells, same amount of phytoplankton. Okay, so it's literally just adding 1 sea sponge to get 20% better yields. I like those odds. So I think we are going to want to switch primers over to the new system. So let's find primers. Primers are probably a thing that needs to be rebuilt anyway. Yeah, because they weren't built to any sort of reasonable scale. So we're going to use the new recipe. We're going to prod it. So that's what? 1.2 over 6 is 0.2 a second is what this makes, theoretically. Which is so much more than we're actually going to need. Incubated petri dishes. If we throw speed modules into these, yeah, and this is the issue. Because it's like 10 microorganism mines. Okay, how do we wrap that around biofactories and make all this happy? Phagogy we can ship in. Sap is always on site. Sea sponges will ship in. Laboratory instruments. Everything else is shipped in. Okay. So I think this probably is actually going to need at least 2 biofactories, because realistically it's petri dish limited, not biofactory limited. How do I have this right now? Yeah, I've got 5 machines around 1, so if we keep the 5-to-1 layout, then we want to scale this to 10 microorganism mines, which is what? 1.8 times 2 times 10 divided by 20. So that's... Oh, that's literally just 1.8 a second. There we go. So that means that our total output is going to be 1.8, 5/3, and that's going to be times our 0.2, 0.216. There we go. 10 microorganism mines, 4 sap extractors. This will do what we need it to do, and it will make as many primers as we're ever going to need. And yes, and exporting the build will even do the right thing, because the biofactories will end up... we'll end up with 2 of them, so I don't have to remember to add a second biofactory to my requests. Okay. And I believe that's going to be plenty of primers. We'll double check there isn't anything else that has primers as an input besides our sciences, but I'm pretty sure it's just primers. And then we'll need to do the same thing with, I guess I need to check on DNA polymerase and plasmids. All right. Well, Twitch is telling me that it is time to let an ad break run. I'm going to let it do that. I am going to step away and get some water while the break runs. I recommend you also hydrate, stretch your legs if you haven't moved in a while, and we'll come back to getting all this sorted out. I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. That's the wrong button. All right, so I'm trying to go through what's going on here with unified science and get everything split out to what we're going to need moving forward. Good alien samples are just used in PySci 2, and we're going to need great alien samples in PySci 3. Yes. Interestingly, this says only half of a research center for PySci 3. We'll scale it to 1, I guess. Is that a sign that I should be scaling all of my science to like twice what I'm thinking about scaling it to? Maybe. Like, are we reaching a point where 6 SPM is not going to be enough and I really need to push to 12? Think about that. Because that would push us closer to one whole research center for PySci 3, is really the thought. So if we do that, then a bunch of the math that we've done on other stuff is going to be wrong now, and we're going to have to regrow some builds. Which is a whole thing. But there we go. And if we do this at this scale, then good alien samples we need at 0.028. This is 0.05 at our current build, and I haven't even looked into prodding that or anything yet. We should prod it, which would give us 0.06. Okay. That's fine. That's still plenty of good alien samples. And it uses 0.05 primers a second. Great alien samples, I see at 0.056. We can prod those. And we need good alien samples feeding into these, so we may need to expand good alien samples. Got it. Obviously, we're not making one a second. We're making... How much did I say I need for great alien samples? 0.06. Realistically, is that going to be a little bit more? Do we just go up to a full gene lab and call that the 0.08? Sure. So that's 0.067 good alien samples here. Plus, what did we say we needed for PySci 2? 0.028. So that's very close to 0.1. So yes, we do need to double this. Yeah. And then poor alien samples, we need 0.1 here, plus 0.13 here, so that's 0.23, plus we need them for Logi Science at 0.17, so that's up to like 0.5 poor alien samples. Here, let's see our other users of them. Yeah, it's just Logi Science. And this is scaled at 0.6, but now I'm thinking about rescaling it to 0.12, so it'll be twice this. So instead of 0.09, it's 0.18. 0.18 plus 0.13 is 0.31, plus 0.1 is 0.41. Okay, so yes, this will need to be significantly larger. I don't have a better recipe. I don't have a better recipe. So 0.48 is not quite there. Do we scale it to one automated factory making ground samples? Is that the way to go? Ugh, and then I have to figure out the prod. Okay, so that's 12 fifths per second ground samples. So to consume 12 fifths, we make 4 15ths. 1.2 times 0. That can't be right. Maybe it is. 768? Hey, I did actually do it right. All right. So yeah, that's scaled to one machine making ground samples. 3 microorganism mines wrapped tightly around this assembler for the incubated petri dishes will work, although if we throw speed modules in, we can get it down to 2. That's a lot of Relisias. No, it's not. It's 3 a second. Can we just afford that from our global Relisia build? Like, what do we make here? Yeah, we make a bunch. So I think we probably want to start pulling Relisias in. These were made on site. I built this build originally before we started doing Relisias centrally. So... Mark II Flora Collector or 2 Mark 1s, doesn't really matter. Anything else that can be prodded? No. We want efficiency modules in the Steam. Alright. So that is poor alien samples recombobulated, and that's what we're going to need for potentially this double-sized science. And I'm still not sure if I'm going to go for that or not. But it makes this closer to one whole research center, and that makes me feel like that's what I should be doing. That just means doubling all of my other science, which is... I mean, I think most of the things that feed into science are not super high throughput, so I don't know that it's actually going to be a huge deal. I just have to go through and check it all, and some things are weird. So I'm not going to rebuild everything to that scale yet. I think we'll build PySci 3. Maybe we'll do PySci 3 at that scale, but nothing else, because that's just going to be, again, the one research center. We scale all the inputs to one research center. And actually, let's just do that. What have I named the other ones? What is the actual... Is it lowercase p, capital Y, or did I just do that? It is lowercase p, capital Y. Oh, wait. I have one already. All right. Yeah, Research Center Mark II, prodded. .24 a second. Let's account for the prod in that. So that would be 0.24. This would be 0.48. Does that ratio nicely? Not really, but very close. call it 8 research centers. And then PySci 2 would be 0.72. And that does ratio nicely. And then Logi Science would be 1, 2, 3, 6, 1, 4, 4? Which again doesn't quite ratio nicely, but it's really close. And then PySci 1 would be 24. No, sorry, 2.4. And 4.8. Okay. Yeah, and then that's very close and very close. Okay. So I think these are actually reasonable scales to build to then. One research center at PySci 3 and everything else scaled to that. That means that all the rest of science is going to need to get doubled from what I planned for, but I've talked myself into it, so we're going to do it. We'll just need to... We can actually do that after we get PySci 3 going, right? We can go through and start doing upgrades to the base and get everything ramped up to that scale. Alright, so PySci 3 at this scale needs 0.067 great alien samples. We're going to make 0.08. That's fine. That was really the thing I wanted to double check. And then PySci 2, if we go up to that 0.48 a second, no, it's going to be more than that. It's going to be the 0.72. Yeah. This is going to use 0.033 good alien samples. Plus the great alien samples use 0.067. So that's like exactly 0.1 good alien sample. And at this scale, we've got that. That's good. And then... not PyScience 1, it's Logi. Logi scaled to 1.44 a second. Why do these ones look like they need a little extra? Logi and Chem... oh, of course they need a little extra. They need a little extra because we got our Thurians. Okay, yeah, so I do need to scale these ones to 1 extra machine. Okay. So this is actually going to be scaled to 1.6. We scale this to 10 machines. Everything that feeds, like, Arthurians, we need the extra machine. Yes, it's only technically a minor drain. Whatever. We'll scale it up. So that's 0.22 poor alien samples, plus the 0.1 that are used in good alien samples, plus the 0.13, so that's 0.45 poor alien samples, and this is 0.77 at this scale. Okay. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. So I think we've got all the alien sample stuff scaled correctly. These are the builds that I'm going to want to do for alien samples. Going through and upgrading the existing ones, etc. This one I don't really have to care about right now because it doesn't feed primers, but great alien samples and good alien samples need primers. So 0.1 plus 0.13 is we need 0.23 primers. This is only 0.22 at this scale. That's a weird... Oh, I had meant to scale this to exactly 10 microorganism mines. How did I end up off scale from that? But either way, I think we have to go up to 15 microorganism mines. All right, 1.8 to 15, 10. And this will consume... Well, it's just 10. That cannot possibly be the right number. No, I'm off by... And we are going to need a third biofactory in this build. Just because we can only get like 15 microorganism mines around each biofactory. And this should make enough primers. All right. Good. The other thing that's a common ingredient into these, well, besides glassware, and biosamples. Ooh, I might need to double check our biosample output. Didn't I just rebuild biosamples bigger? Did I make them just like big-ass big, or did I just make them big enough for what I needed? I don't know. The other thing, DNA polymerase, we also got a new recipe for. And we're going to need 0.1 plus 0.2. We're going to need 0.3 of that a second. This thinks that the new recipe is worse, adding Arthurian eggs instead of rock cocoons. It does save a lot of laboratory glassware and regular glassware. I don't know if I believe that that's so much worse. Like, there's a rock cocoon in it anyway. I mean, let's do both. Let's just put them side by side. All right, so that's going through... So we use half the glassware, half the laboratory instruments, half the retrovirus, half the Arcod honey, at the cost of bedding and cotton guts. I wonder why Yafsi thinks this is so expensive. Oh, and I haven't even prodded it. Although, these numbers should all be... Oh, that makes the rock cocoons even better. Yeah, I don't know why FC thinks this recipe is so much worse. I think we go with Arthurian eggs. So that means we need to put Arthurian eggs on rails, but that's fine. For now, we'll leave this here. All right, so DNA polymerase, we're going to want to rebuild. I guess if we do the Arthurian eggs on site, we can... And it's actually going to be a little bit more than 0.3, isn't it? It's going to be what? scaled to 2 machines, or no? It'll be scaled to... Scale it to 5 reproductive complexes. So... Nope. 3 out of 20 times 5 is 15 over 20. Times 2 over 10 is 30 over 200. Times 1.2 is 36 out of 200. 18 out of 100. 9/50ths. Oh, that's just an obnoxious number. No wonder I didn't do that right in my head. Let me just do this in the calculator. It's easier. There we go. That should be fine. For DNA polymerase. And that'll be enough for the upgraded good alien sample and for the great alien sample. Ditto upgraded primers. I think that leaves graphene. I guess I should double check biosample and make sure that we're making enough of that as we go forward. Yeah, okay, we're only making 1 a second, so we need to upgrade biosamples. They're also used in cDNA, they're also used in neuroprocessors, and apparently they're used directly in PyScience too. 0.72 is the upgraded number, yes. So 0.02 plus 0.3, 0.32, 0.82, 1.82, plus 1.33 is a little over 3 biosamples a second. You know what? Actually, just going up to 4 is probably fine. 5 coal power plants, 20 incubators. It's fine. We can prod this part. $4.8. 3.6. That would be enough. Which doesn't quite get us down to 4 coal power plants, although it's very close. But that's 3 automated factories here with 18 incubators. So I think that's good. Because if we go lower, we're at like 2.4, right? Going down to 2 automated factories? Yeah. So that'll be the biosample scale. And these guys need Arthurian eggs, and we also are going to need that for DNA polymerase, right? We're not going to make those on... maybe we don't do this then. Maybe we just scale this to... Was 0.24 enough? No. So it does have to be at least 0.36. So it's 2 machines. So Arthurian eggs, we need 2 here plus 2/3 here. Sure. That's a totally reasonable build. Like, 10 reproductive complexes, they're big, but whatever. And that'll be for DNA polymerase and great alien samples. The thing I want to check on is now Vrock cocoons. Yeah, because they're also used, well, Arthurians use a pittance. We're going to need 1 a second for Arthurian eggs, and we're going to need 0.8 a second for retrovirus. Although we might not need as much retrovirus anymore. Maybe we do. 0.13 plus 0.1 is 0.23 plus the DNA polymerase is 0.2, so 0.43. Yeah, okay, and this is 0.6. We can prod it, but then really it's the same input to this, right? We just call it 0.72 now. And then we need a lot more heat. We're actually going to switch that over to a coal plant, or even a coal plant Mark II. No, just a regular one. Because those prod modules get very expensive. Can we beacon efficiency? Is that a thing we can do? Oh, absolutely we can. All right, and that does get it down to a single coal power plant. All right. It has to be a Mark II, but still, we're down to a single power plant doing it that way. All right. So that's plenty of this, but it does mean that we do still need like 2 Vrock cocoons a second, and I somehow doubt we're making 2 Vrock cocoons a second right now. No, not even close. I don't think we have quality. Do we have quality Vrock food already? We do. Okay. And we have Vrock Mark IIs. Oh. This isn't bad at all, then. Repo Complex Mark II with Vrock Mark IIs in it makes plenty. We might not even need Recipe 3. Let's use Recipe 2. 2 of them. Sure. So the speed is 0.4 times 9. Okay. So the speed is going to be 3.6. We're going to have 2 machines. It makes an average of 10 cocoons, and it does it in 35 seconds. So that's 2.06. 2.05. Numbers end up weird on these all the time. I guess we could use Recipe 3 if we wanted a little bit more headroom. And that would get us up to 3.6 2 machines, 20 in 30 seconds. No, but we'd only want 1 machine now. So 2.4 a second. Gives us a little more headroom. It's only 1 machine. This is great. I love this. Single Mark 1 machine with a speed module or a single Mark 2 machine. Doesn't really matter. All right, so that would be the Brock Cocoon rebuild. Oh. Okay, so that's a bunch of this stuff that needs rebuilds at different stages to like fully get us up to unified science here. But it's mostly the alien sample chain. Primers and DNA polymerase we have new text for anyway. Biosample, there's not a lot we can do about it. And yeah, the Arthurian egg build feeds new DNA polymerase, plus the extra eggs needed for, what is it, science directly? I don't remember. Oh, the great alien samples. Yeah. So that feeds DNA polymerase plus the great alien samples. With just a little bit of headroom, probably not enough headroom to ever be useful. But like, we could do this, but why build 9 machines when we can build 10 and have a nicer looking build? So, well, actually, if I'm going to do them all in just one row, then 9 instead of 10 is fine. So this build is just big enough. The other question I now have for myself is... Cotton guts? Question mark? Arthurians use 0.07. Logisci use 0.62, so that's like 0.69. Nice. The Arthurian egg build is going to use another 1.8. So that's about 2.5. High Science 2 uses about a half, so we're going to need about 3 a second. Yep. Okay. So we're going to need about 3 a second cotton guts. So cotton guts need a refactor as well. I mean, I guess we have recipe 2 that uses bedding now. So, like, sure. And if we get the Mark II studs, we can get this really far down, but like 30 machines is not atrocious. Yeah, and only 3.3 reproductive complexes. So if we scale this... Oh no! Oh no-dos. That would, like, double our Bodo's demand. And I think if we tried to do that, our fuel rods would become a problem. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. 0.43 plus 0.11. So if we were to double Bodo's... Yeah, we'd be just creeping over what this build can do. We'd have to add a little bit of extra fuel rod capacity. Okay. Sure. And then maybe upgrade the spore collectors if we're going to do that. So 2.4 times, let me figure out what this number is going to be. Point 739 7384615. Yeah, 8 Bodo's machines pulling 0.21 fuel rods, which pushes us right to the edge of our fuel rod capacity. Maybe we actually scale it to 4 spore collectors with speed modules. So that's let me do the math on that. That makes 0.72 spores a second. And it's 1-to-1. Okay. So that would give us this. Which doesn't significantly reduce our fuel rod demand, but whatever. So that's, I think, what we're going to have to do there. We're going to have to double Bodos, because that'll get us nice cotton guts. We're going to have to bring in Corlex milk for this, which means we might have to look into expanding Corlex milk. 3.3 Yotoi seeds a second. That's a lot of Yotoi. Is Cotton Gut Pup 2 just infeasible? Do I really just need to use Pup 1? That makes this build so much bigger, though. Because we have to loop a lot more Cotton Guts through. So maybe, and this is where we go back to this, and I say, forget being able to do a whole research center of Pi-Sci 3 and everything scaled to that, and we say 1/2? Like, is that the better choice right now? Ugh, and that means all the calculations that I just did are way off. Because, like, everything that I just calculated was based on those larger numbers. Alright. Well, still, we'll do 1 machine of great alien sample. That's fine. Good alien sample. We're going to need still 0.13 here, because that's what we're scaling to, is the 1 machine. Plus what we need for Pi-Sci 2, which is 0.017. So it's like 0.15. Oh. Oh, sorry, no. 0.067. Good alien samples, not poor alien samples. 0.067 plus 0.017 is 0.0833333 or something like that. So I think we're still scaling this to the 0.12 because that's the closest scale that we can get, scaled to 2 pulp mills. 4 alien samples, I think, is going to be similar. Like, we're not really going to be able to scale it to an intermediate value because we're scaled to 1 assembler making ground samples. And we're not going to be able to scale all the way down to... Logi Science is going to be at... what? Only 5 assemblers. So 0.8. And that's because we need, if we look at this, we need 0.72, but then we round up because we have a little bit that gets fed to Arthurians. So that's 0.11 poor alien samples, plus 0.1 is 0.21, plus 0.13 is 0.34. Oh, this is scaled to like 0.77, so maybe we can scale this down to just 1 machine. Okay, cool. So this build gets a little bit smaller. But that doesn't help really with the cotton gut demand, does it? Well, it does here. 0.31. Cotton gut food doesn't need any. Arthurians use 0.07. 0.31 is 0.38. Arthurians are still set to their old scale, right? I never scaled these up anyway. Yeah. 0.38 plus Paisai 2, 0.21, so that's 0.59, plus the Arthurian eggs, and this is where the big demand is at 1.8. And we still need... But it's all for the Arthurian eggs. Otherwise, we only need, like, 0.6. So maybe we don't do this with DNA polymerase. Maybe we really do stick to the old... Maybe that's where the cost is. It's in making that many frickin' cotton guts for the Arthurian eggs. Okay. Okay. Now I understand why EFC thought this was so expensive. It's the cotton guts. Ooh, does that mean that I go back to... Yes. All right. And that means poor alien samples get rescaled back up to this 0.77, which at least is very close to the right number. 10 a second times 4.8 over 15. No. Ground sample, we're going to make... Yeah, we're going to make 10 a second. Oh, no, but it's prodded, so that's 12 a second. And then that turns into... $768, not 77. There we go. It's going to display it as 77, but I have plugged in the correct number now, so hopefully it's doing the right thing. Okay. So if we go back to doing all of this with rock cocoons as our main thing instead of Arthurian eggs, this pulls down to a much smaller number of Arthurian eggs. We really only need the ones that we need for the great alien samples. I don't know what tab I just closed. So we can do like this. But now we're going to need a lot more rock cocoons because we need those for the DNA polymerase now. But in that case, we just do like this and we're fine. We could just double this pretty trivially. Loop the water barrels. Sorry, just trying to get the inputs out of this so I can actually see what our inputs are. I'd have to double check rock food and quality of rock food, but like, this is fine. Okay, so that's where the issue was with scaling everything up. So that means PySci2 is actually going to be 0.72. That means Bodos are still at this scale, and we don't have to change them at all. That means cotton guts... I still need to reevaluate cotton guts. I need to figure out where we're sitting at there. So let's double check that. All right. Logi Science is going to be at 10 assemblers. So 1.6. That's going to be 0.6 cotton guts. We're still going to need more cotton guts, but we're not going to need as many more. Yeah, so that's the 0.69. Nice. Plus 0.42. Plus 0.6. So that's like 1.8. Okay, we still need a lot more cotton guts. And YAFC just crashed on me. Load most recent autosave and hope that... Oh, we've been working directly in it. I haven't alt-tabbed in a while. Oh, YAFC, why? Oh, yeah, this is wrong. That sucks. It autosaves when you alt-tab. That's the way the YAFC autosave works, so... This at least is correct. Great alien samples looks right. Good alien samples looks right. Poor alien samples looks right. Primers is scaled to 3 sets of biofactories and microorganism mines. That's correct. DNA polymerase, we're not using Arthurian eggs. It's too many cotton guts. We're doing this. And we scale that to how much polymerase do we actually need. cDNA does not actually use polymerase. Oh, did I just search for DNA, not for polymerase? Oh, sorry, I didn't reopen the capture after the crash. My bad. There you go. Good alien samples uses 0.1. Great alien samples use 0.2, so that's 0.3. So I think 0.4 is enough. I'm hitting save. Yeah. Biosamples. Yeah, this is the upgraded build that I settled on for this, because we need, like, 1 here plus... That's 2.3 plus cDNA plus other things, so 3.6 is enough. Arthurian eggs, we don't need this many Arthurian eggs. We only need, like, 2 incubators worth of Arthurian eggs. Or 3? 3. Which is still a lot of cotton guts. And that's what we... Rock cocoon, we need to scale up to, like, 4 a second. Is that what I said? With the new DNA polymerase, it needs 4 a second, plus a little more. So 4.8 a second might be enough for the whole base. 0.3, let's double check everything that uses rock cocoons. 0.004, that's nothing. Retrovirus, polymerase, and Arthurian eggs. Okay. 0.8 plus 4 is 4.8. Plus 0.3 is 5.1. And this is 4.8. So no, we need to go up to 3 of them. And that's fine. So that'll be rock cocoons. We're up to like half a belt of cocoons that are feeding things other than making rocks, which is impressive. So now the question is, how many cotton guts do we need, and how atrocious is it to get them upgraded? Because we still definitely are not going to have enough cotton guts. So 0.62. Let's just start at the top. 0.07 plus 0.6 is 0.67. Plus 0.62 is 1.29, 1.3. Plus 0.42, so 1.75, call it. All right. That's not nearly as atrocious as the previous thoughts. So if we use the Cotton Gut 2 baseline recipe with Repro Complex Mark IIs, we need 2 for seeds. But this is not an atrocious build. This is a manageable build. And okay. And most importantly, does not require bananas amounts of Bodos. If we do go up to Cotton Gut Pup 2, though, that still requires us to, like, double our Yotoi seeds on top of the Bodos. So no, we're not doing that. We're sticking to Pup 1. It's a lot of Relesia seeds. We'll have to think about that. We may need to increase Relesia processing, but whatever. Okay. So Cotton Gut is looking good here. I have completely lost track of what I was trying to do. I think I was trying to look at great alien samples, and ultimately, graphene comes before all of these. So we need to figure out what we're going to use graphene in, and make sure that we have all of those numbers figured out. And, like, graphene is used in a bunch of buildings. But I think I also saw that it was used in... I mean, it's used in the science somewhere. I know that much. Come on. Oh, it is used in great alien samples. Okay. So these are going to want 1 a second. Is that what we see from here? Is nothing else other than the demand from great alien samples? 0.83 is the number. And if we find it here, as if I'm going to find that, back down here we go. Yeah, 0.83. Okay. So right now, that's our only demand, is great alien samples. Graphene rolls. A second. Molecular assembler. All right, we're going to have, well, 2 molecular assemblers, right? Which make 10/8 times 1.2 is... No. What's the speed on these things? I'll figure that out in a second. Twitch is telling me that it's ad break o'clock again. I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch run the ad. I need to get a little bit of water. I've been talking a lot for the past hour. And when we come back, we'll, I guess we'll get graphene figured out, because that needs to be the next thing we build, because we're about to get that tech researched. And we'll move forward from there. I don't necessarily want to get into all of these rebuilds for scaling to one factory of PySci 3, because that's going to mean rebuilding a bunch of stuff right away, and I don't want to do that. But I do want to kind of plan for it as we go and make sure we know what we're going to do when we get to those points. I'll see everyone in a few minutes when we're back from the ads, and we'll keep going through YAFC stuff. Welcome back, everybody. All right. So this is graphene. This is the amount of graphene we're going to need literally just for great alien samples. Although, again, great alien samples are over-provisioned. So there will be graphene left over for them all. I think most of what we're going to potentially want graphene for short-term is going to be buildings. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I see things that look like... processors and high flux cores we might need. Okay. So maybe we should plan to be able to scale this, build this somewhere where we can make it bigger if we need to. But like every stage of this takes prod, which is delightful. You love to see it. I mean, I guess I could go... What if we do go, like, double? Or maybe effectively we should just be scaling it to 1 PDMS mixer or 5 methanol reactors. Whatever that is. Yeah. Because that gives us a bunch. Some things end up almost nicely ratioed when you do that. Other things do not, because we're working with prod modules, so all the ratios are weird. This is a bunch of methanol. I don't know if we're going to have enough methanol. Copper grade 4. Do we have to upgrade our copper processing before we can do graphene? Is that a thing? Because I don't know if we're making copper grade 4 right now. Oh, no, we do. We do. All right. Copper processing is halted. What's going on with this? We're backed up on grade 3, which is backed up on... Okay, backed up on grade 4. Oh, which is just backed up on... No. It's just stopped because there's no demand. Copper is saturated. That's good. In that case, I think we can get copper grade 4 out of this. We have a station down here. Cool. That's good to know. We don't actually have to upgrade copper processing. Everything else here looks manageable. The only thing is the biofilm, and I need to figure out what else might use biofilm. Oh, we even start with... Oh, no. Lime biomass cellulose to 4. Or to 10 if I use rayon. Ooh. I mean, I feel like the rayon... Alright, we can't prod it, unfortunately. But otherwise, this is all stuff we make. So this is like, I mean, maybe we even build it at this scale and just move on with our lives. Cool. All right, that's easy. Biofilm done. Because we're going to need this in a bunch of things over time, and we will have to scale this up. but we'll start with this. Right, I haven't already done biofilm for any of my improved... Oh, I have. Never mind, we already have biofilm. It's a... Oh, and I'm already using the rayon recipe. It's a tier 1 assembler. Which I guess we should use if we're not going to module it. So yeah, we need to throw a few more assemblers over here and change this so it's not just direct insertion from here, but that's absolutely fine. Let's just, yeah, all right. I found the old sheet in YFC, so let's just like say 3 a second and move on with our lives. Geez, 10 research centers doing logi science. If I go to full scale, how many do I have right now? 5? 4? Only 4. Yeah. I don't know. I'm still on the fence about scaling everything to one research center of PySci 2. It feels like I should. Like, science is definitely a little slow for us right now. We're frequently kind of waiting for it, although also stuff is frequently broken, so... How? Probably small parts. No, it's planter boxes. What? Oh, it's ash. It's ash. It's not ash. It's logs. Okay. And logs are not running because... moss. And moss is not running because... moss is running. We might just need more moss. And now that I think iron is running more consistently, question mark, maybe we can increase that moss build. Although it looks like oleochemicals are still slow. I'm very surprised at that. It's running. We should have plenty of oleochemicals at this point. The issue is just, are we making enough lard, I guess, for them? Are augs running consistently? And, like, they certainly, yeah, should be now. And that means that if I come up here, we should see them going crazy. And they're not. And they're not because... blood. Yeah, that's a problem. Don't I have a blood void? I mean, the answer is yes, but... it might not be a big enough blood void. Alright, we might have to think about blood demand. That probably does mean that, like, blood meal, we really don't have to worry about ever using for anything else, because blood is officially not a problem. I'm losing my mind here, honestly. Like, we've calced through I think most of this stuff at this point, and I'm pretty happy with where we're going to be at for great alien samples, and then the good poor, the primers, polymerase biosamples all need to be rescaled. Same with retrovirus. Yeah, this is a rebuild with Incubator Mark II. Rock Cocoon getting basically up to 3 reproductive complexes, but also the better recipe. And then we need to expand biofilm. And again, ultimately, all of the science packs are going to have to get scaled up a little bit if we want to get up to that one assembler of PySci 3. But that is that's a future Brandon problem. We're not going to do that right now. Although what I should make sure I do is in here, where all of these numbers that I've come up with, we should make sure that I at least update the tabs for all the science packs up to, 4.8 a second here. And for chemical science, that's 0.48 a second. I know I did Logi. I think they're all set now. Yeah, I think they're all set now. And that way, when I look at these tabs, we're actually looking at, like, the right things. As far as this build, Negasium we make on site. Paragen gets made, and we'll make a little bit of excess with spoiling Negasium. The Sarkarus we just let spoil, and chitin is an output. Oh, and that means, yeah, good alien samples. That's fine. Chridin adrenal cortices decay in 10 hours, so we don't have to do those on site. Blood, Navins, more cotton guts. Shoot. I did not account for that, did I? No. Okay. Fine. Be that way. Maybe what just really needs to happen is I need cotton gut stud Mark IIs. And that makes this build like a totally manageable size again. 3 to 16. Everything seems nicely ratioed there. .6 times 10 of them is 36, divided by 20 is 1.8 a second. And then this is, 9 out of 11 times 1.8. That's not right. Oh, I'm probably missing a... No, what did I do? So each of these is speed 200. So that's 24689 times 0.4. We have 3 machines. Each machine makes 10 pups in 20 seconds. So that should be 5.4 pups a second from 3 machines. All right. And then we make 9 studs out of 11 pups. No, 9 cotton guts out of 11 pups. Oh, I probably missed a multiply in there. 5.4 times... No. Oh, because they also pull in. Right. We're making a certain number, but we also are going to use so many. Right. Sorry, my bad. Okay. So it's going to be like 2.2582. Yeah, there we go. And it is very close to 3 to 16. Cool. Cool. All right. But let's make sure that we're actually accounting for all of our cotton gut demand here. Gas bladders spoil in 4 hours. They're on their own. Neodymium magnets cannot possibly have cotton guts in them. I refuse to believe that. I think we've actually got all the demand now. I hope. All right, Logi Science and Pi 2. 0.42. 0.62 is 1.04. Plus 1.5 is 2.54. Plus 0.6 is 3.14. Plus 0.07 is 3.21. So we need like 3.25. And I guess we go up to like 5 repro complexes. And minus 3.6 times 5 times 4. So like 3.76. Yeah. 5 and 27. Okay. And this is, again, getting up to be a lot of Relesia seeds. That's a lot of Relesia seeds. And a lot of Relesias. So we might have to look into expanding that. I don't know. For now, I'm not going to worry about it. But this is apparently the cotton guts we're going to need. Okay. Going into Unified Science here, what can we remove from this list? We've got Great Alien Samples upgraded. Basic Substrate we upgraded. 4 Alien Samples we've done the math on. Phosphoric Acid we did a big upgrade on. I don't think we have to worry about that. Oh, and when I go through this, it's actually starting to look like we... Pi-Sci 3, obviously, haven't figured out all the details there. But, like, we are dangerously close here to actually having a lot of what we need done. We're obviously still going to have to upgrade planter boxes. Make sure... Chemical science... Oh, this needs to be scaled 1 higher. Yeah. Because we have potentially a little bit of extra demand on some of these science packs. I think Logi, I did that correctly. I did. That's at 1.6. And automation science packs should be at 21, and they're at 20. There we go. Ooh, exactly 30 flora collectors. Look at that. Lovely. We're going to make it Mark IIs, and we're going to throw speed modules into them. But, like... Okay. And then that is also going to need to feed into, obviously, planter boxes. Which I have not even... apparently have not upgraded in a long time. So yeah, we're going to need 8.4 a second. Cool. That should work. What's, oh, actually, it is exactly... oops, typo. Exactly 14 machines here. But I think we do want a little bit of extra planter boxes because we need them for bootstrapping AL things. So we'll do the 9 a second on these. That's just fine by me. All right. And again, all of this needs to be done eventually, but not necessarily right now. Right now, I think I do want to upgrade biofilm. Well, maybe. We're sitting on a bunch of it. All right, so maybe not. Maybe we don't have to do that upgrade right away, although I shouldn't lose track of it. We're still waiting on the graphene tech, probably because wood is broken. So... we might have to go fight that fire, is really the thing. And I think that fire is moss, maybe, rather than logs. Obviously, prodding things that use logs helps. But if the issue is moss is just not running, then... if I search for moss... yeah, the problem is we have so much stuff here. Like... and this is probably the problem. Is that we have way too many things pulling moss from rails at this point. This is not a real thing. I never built this. All right, summary says we make 30 a second and we consume 25, 30, 40, 48, 49, 62, like 64, 65, 66, 67. Yeah, 67 to 60, 67 to 70, somewhere in there. So we basically need to double moss, is what I'm saying. Okay, we can do that. We can double the current moss build. The question is, how do we want to do it? I think if we look at the current build, we do have space here to, like, just vomit another row of this down. But these are still tier 1 moss farms. So if we make these all tier 2 moss farms, that may be enough. And then we'd need to change this, so we are pushing in, obviously, more... more stone and more coarse fraction. So, if we look at moss, if we were to change these to Moss Farm Mark IIs, and we want to say, I mean, essentially we want 60 a second, right? That's the, yeah. That says 74. We actually have 80, because whatever. The big thing is the sand extractors. Oof, we would need a second casting unit even, which is, like, fine, but still significant. And then we would need what? We'd need a bunch more sand extractors. Because I guess it would be... I mean, effectively, we'd just double what we have, right? I think is the answer. So we'd end up with, like, 24 making stone and 8 making coarse fraction. Because each build... each sort of group of 4 machines here is consuming however much. And then we'd have to upgrade both of these to red belts and then possibly make this 2 output stations. Because, like, 2 red belts is a lot of moss. In theory, that is still not enough. Apparently, we're pulling closer to, like, 70. I suspect that 60 will get us stable. 70 is the hypothetical, right? We're never pulling full 70 a second. Oh, no, and that's a lie. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie. Because it's including Unified Science, and Unified Science is a duplicate of all of the other sciences. So if I closed the Unified Science tab, 60 would be enough. Okay, we're good. We're good then. So that's what we want to do, is we want to upgrade Moss to Mark II buildings here and double our production here. And that, I think, also just means basically turning all these belts into tier 2 belts and just not even screwing around with it. Because 50 a second stone is divided by 4 belts is 12.5 on each belt. And that means for it to fit on 1 lane, we need red belts. Okay. So that's going to be 80 moss farms and 16 sand extractors. Okay. And Moss Farm Mark IIs, are we making those? We are. Oh, and it's working right. We appropriately handled, It assigned it to exactly 2 crafters, just like it's supposed to. I love it when stuff works. I mean, besides all these bots that decided they needed to charge right before dropping off their deliveries, that's really sad, actually. That doesn't feel like things working. We are running low on advanced small parts. Why? Stainless. Stainless is running. Is stainless... Oh. Whoops, I did not switch back to the game. I'm sorry. Let's take a look at stainless demand, because I'm going to bet we're not making enough stainless steel. And let's pop Unified Science back open, just because I want to double check our stainless input. It looks like 0.11 plus 0.67. This is going to be a little bit higher. Yeah, 0.75, 0.13. Okay. How did that end up at 0.13, but this one ended up at 0.11? Weird. That should be identical. Oh, prod module. That's why it's not identical. All right. So we need like well, whatever. We can close this and we can check the summary. Stainless steel. Yeah. 5.26, almost 7. So we need to like double stainless steel. Ew. Ugh. All right. And that's only a problem because we finally have Mechanical Parts 1 running consistently enough that Mech Parts 2 are running, and now they're sucking down all the stainless. And doesn't even account for molten stainless demand. I didn't even check that. Does Mech Parts 2 have molten stainless as an input, as well as regular stainless? Yes, an extra 5 a second molten. So if we want to export 5 a second molten plus I'm assuming we can't prod any of this. No. Call it 9.75. Is that exactly 3 smelters worth? That is exactly 3 casting units worth. I mean, we might want to make this casting unit 2 just so that I mean, we can go wild here. That's way overbuilt on stainless, but like 210 molten steel a second. Can we even do that? There's no way, man. There's no way. There's no way. And we don't get a better stainless recipe until purple science? All right, well, obviously we don't scale this high. That still wants a lot of molten steel. It wants a lot of everything. Oh. Okay. I would like to do something that's going to make me feel productive. I feel like I'm going in circles in YAFC right now. And like... This is probably fine for us to build. I'm just not sure that we can run it consistently. I'm not sure that we can actually, like, do this and have it work. And that might just basically be an in-place upgrade of the existing stainless, now that I think about it. Like, if I find that, where is stainless? Oh, it's 2 and 1 casting unit. Okay. Yeah. So upgrading this to a 3rd one of these guys, plus whatever else. All right. The issue there is that we're definitely potentially pulling way too much iron. Like, and we get better molten steel and better molten iron in purple science, but that doesn't help us right now. Yeah, everything that needs stainless needs it. Advanced small parts needs it, of course. This is diamond wire, which we need for silicon. This is, I don't know what this one is. Gearboxes, okay. And stainless is the blocking thing on gearboxes, which is probably the blocking thing on mech parts right now. All right. Moss upgrade is waiting on a lot of machines and is probably all blocked on advanced small parts. Yes. And Duralumin. Oh boy. Duralumin is almost certainly blocked on molten aluminum. Yes. We're also out of molten iron over here. I'll worry about that in a second. Aluminum should have mostly fixed itself by now, I would have thought. It is running. So it might just be that we're still catching up, or it could be that it hasn't been running consistently. And the way to find that out... Yeah, this has not been running consistently at all since I rebuilt it. Phosphoric acid is not, but we know that, because we're not getting wood consistently, because we're not getting moss consistently. Which is... Okay. So what can we actually do right now? We're blocked on advanced small parts for the moss upgrade, which is actually really a problem. LFR panels are blocked on mirrors, which are blocked on aluminum. Graphene is almost researched at least, but I don't think we're going to be able to make the buildings for it right away. Everything else that I looked at is really about scaling things up, and I don't necessarily want to do that just yet. I guess the thing I could do is... I mean, we could start flagging some things as priorities again. You know, make sure Advanced Small Parts is always getting everything it needs. I don't love to do that. Is iron at least running consistently right now? It does seem like it, which is huge for us. Obviously, it's going to take a while for iron and steel to buffer, if they even can. They should be able to. If we search for molten iron here... Yeah, we're still not, like, really running consistently, but... Is it better? I don't know if it's better. We're still having issues with oleochemicals. Oh, right, because it seemed like we were backing up on blood. I completely forgot about that. Are we still backed up on blood? We're still backed up on blood. Okay. We have to be able to void more blood. Maybe that is something that we can work on here. And work on improving. Because the blood void is just not cutting it right now. So aug rendering can make 400 blood a second. And the blood void can void 100. Although apparently we also had this fertilizer from blood. Oh, that's nothing. That's pointless. I mean, this is an easy upgrade. Just to get this running. The question is, do we have the Mark II centrifuges? But even if we don't, let's just do it with Mark I centrifuges. We should have Mark I centrifuges. Because they almost certainly would have come along with the mall. I hope. And no, there's none in the network. But at least they should be craftable. Please be craftable. Please be craftable. Please be craftable. Oh, maybe they are. Oh, no, we did have them in the network. Okay, good. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's grab those. That will let us get the blood void running a little more consistently. And hopefully that will unblock oleochemicals and iron processing and stuff for reals this time. I'm definitely feeling a little frustrated today. Oop, too far north. I relatively recently went through YAFC and figured out everything that needed to be changed for science to scale it up to the current place that science is. So if we're going to change the target scale for PySci 3, I will probably do that YAFC work off stream, just because I don't think y'all need to see that again. You've all seen PySci 1 and 2 and Logi and Chem before. So I will, I'll do that off stream, and I'll try to come up with, like, a plan of attack here. Because we do need to figure out which things we're going to need to scale up and which things are, like, basically already scaled correctly by virtue of having been, you know. Just being something that is sort of at large scales or that we've scaled up for other things. So, figuring out all the places where the scale is wrong is a problem for future Brannon, but not too far in the future Brannon. And then from that, I will also have, like, a plan of action of which things we want to upgrade sooner than later and which things I'm going to kind of punt on, which is also important to figure out. Okay. Hopefully now this will be able to schedule many more. There we go. Many more trains to remove blood. And that will... That'll let this run at the rate it's supposed to be running at. Yeah, there we go. Now we're down to, like, a manageable amount of blood. And there's even 2 more coming in. Good, 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 good. And this is just going to spit out urea, and I'm pretty sure that just gets turned into ammonia. And we always need more ammonia, so I don't care. All right, what's next? I really don't know, because everything's been kind of broken. I would really like to do the Moss extension, but I don't know if we can until we get advanced small parts at the mall. And Duralumin. Both of which are a challenge at the moment. Ditto these things, I think. They're also blocked on aluminum. Yeah. Aluminum in general is phosphoric acid, and phosphoric acid is either going to be logs or ash directly. Logs at the moment. Is ash doing better? That's a question. And if ash is doing better, is it doing better only because... I mean, yeah, it's actually doing pretty okay. Besides, you know... I suspect, though, that it's doing better only because moss is doing poorly, and that's reducing ash demand here. So I do think we're also going to have to figure out a better ash source. I'm surprised that our, like, coal dust void isn't running more consistently, because we should be making stupid amounts of coal dust. But I guess our coal demand has sort of stabilized, so... whatever. All right, I think I'm going to call it here for today. I'm tired. I'm frustrated. I don't know exactly what to poke at next. So we're going to leave it, and hopefully next week I'll come in with a clear head, and we'll be able to figure out what we can do that's a little more targeted. Like I said, I want to spend a little bit of time going back through some of the AFC work that I did earlier in the stream and make sure that I actually understand where we still have definite bottlenecks and what else is going on. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, let's do a thing. What if I was to make a dedicated ash build? All I care about is ash. There isn't a way to just directly burn... Oh, there's this, which is 12 coal dust to 1 ash, but we don't want to do that. That's the opposite of what we want to do. We want more ash, not less. So yeah, we produce as spent fuel from making steam. We want to make that from coal. We bring in... We want to put out like a belt a second. Water pumping, cooling water. Void the water. Okay. So if we just grab a bunch of steam boilers, and I really hope that our mall is at least functional enough to do this. This can just pull in like 2 belts a second of coal and make ash as a fallback. Absolutely as a fallback ash source. But doing so will also generate more coal dust, which will also just get turned into ash. So this actually makes more ash than it looks like it makes, because it's forcing more coal dust to get done. Okay. I like that plan. Let's do this. I don't have an existing, like, thing that just makes ash, right? No. I've got lots of voids that make ash, but... So... Shopping list... Export to blueprint, requester chest... And the hope is that, again, we have the stuff in stock to make... I mean, if we don't already have boilers just down here, I don't know if we do. Probably not. Doesn't look like it. Oh, but we have a bunch of them in Logi storage anyway. Pumps. Yeah, okay, cool. This will be easy. Do we have space where we're currently doing the coal ash void? Not really. Alright, I'll have to find a place to actually make those. But raw coal into a roll of boilers. Yeah, if I had raw coal on rails, I would just do raw coal. But we have coal, so whatever. I guess I could set it up near a coal patch and then just do the raw coal directly in. But doesn't matter. It would be a little more space efficient, I suppose. Well, yeah, just drop it right on a patch. I was going to say it would be more space efficient, except it would also use miners. So, like... But if we did say raw coal instead of coal... Yeah, half a dozen miners. And I guess we could go up to 45 a second, because that would be... Yeah, let's do this one instead. Because that's just 8 drills right on there. I mean, we'll make it like 10 drills, so we have a little extra. But that'll be stacked to, that'll be one triple stacked belt, basically. Okay, cool. Let's do this one then. Let's grab that shopping list. And we'll round this up to a multiple of 3. And we'll round this up to an even number. And we will call that good. All right, now where do I want to put this? That's the question. There is room on this coal patch for more, but whatever. One there. Big one there, although I don't know if I can easily use it. Ooh, one over here, right near this area. Yeah, we'll just drop it right over here. And put a little station set up. That's easy. I'm gonna double it. If I'm doing it, let's just do it. And then, yeah, next week when we get back into things, as I was saying, I will make sure that I have done my homework and that, like, I have a plan in YAFC for, what all of our science needs are actually going to be moving forward, with everything scaled to one machine making PySci 3. And then with that in mind, we will have to figure out what... what our sort of plan of attack is moving forward through our dependencies, figure out what makes sense to scale up now, double check where we have new technologies for things, and we're definitely going to have to spend a little bit more time doing some planning work, though, before we're really ready to, like, fully dive into getting PySci 3 going. Which is unfortunate, but... I should have gotten 2 more boilers. Actually, no. No, we don't have to. Because we're gonna have... We're gonna have 2 rows of... these. And that's going to run through... Here, let's clean some of this out. So that's going to take... Each of these is going to take... a bunch of clusters of 7 boilers. Each cluster of boilers is what? One yellow inserter each is fine. And then that outputs as actually a whole frickin' lane on a red belt. Same thing. Now we're going to have 2 more of these. Actually, you know what? Let's do this differently. I had a thought. And it's actually a good thought. We're going to do... We're going to do the input with these guys. We're going to do the output with stack inserters. And then our two belts of... our two yellow stacked yellow belts in become one stacked red belt out. Just like that. Now we have 3 sets of this. And that we'll split this into 2, right? We'll have one. This is a fully stacked yellow belt coming out here. And then the other one on the other side. There we go. Just get it lined up. Because obviously the aesthetics of this build matter so much. All right. And then... let's find a spot where we can put the outfall first, because that's always critical. And cooling tower. Why does that not want to... oh, because there's... let me... yeah. Let's undo all of those. And just so that it can be happy, we will shift-click. There we go. Now it's doing what I thought it would. And this just needs water in now, which is, in theory, simple. If I can squeeze it in here. And then I want to flag this as low. No, I don't think this has to be low priority. I think this can just be normal priority. Because basically all the other ash in the base is set as high priority, so I don't think I have to mark this as low. I would mark it as low if it was pulling from something else on the base, but just like dumping a couple of stacked belts of... Oh, this has passed through. I always forget. Ah, pie, why do you do this to me? I actually don't know if that's pie or vanilla. I forget. Oh. At any rate, this should be outputting 3 whole frickin' like fully stacked. It's not for some reason. Maybe we're just still waiting for the coal to make it all the way to the end. Do I also need to set hand size on these guys? No. They'll top up existing stacks on the belt, right? I don't have to set the hand size. Like if someone leaves a partial stack, I don't have to set it as a multiple of the belt stack size for this to work right. Honestly, it probably doesn't matter. It's close enough to fully saturated. What's going on? Output full. What is... Tricked by the tall pie buildings again, as is often... Uh-oh. Something's not set right. Alright, yeah, this looks like it's working right now. I see fully saturated red belt coming out the very end. I see 2 fully, more or less fully saturated yellow belts. This only needs 36.5 boilers, and there's 42 of them, so... Hopefully it manages to just keep itself stacked all the time. It's probably going to depend on how full the hands at the end are and how all of that goes, but it's looking pretty consistent now that it's running. All right. I'm happy with that. If this doesn't fix my ash problems, I don't know what will. Well, more of this. More of this is the answer if we still have more ash problems. We could easily triple that in that same spot. We are getting moss somewhat more consistently now to iron, which is good. And that means that ash demand is going to start climbing again, so I'm glad we got that built up. How is moss looking? Moss is stopped on molten iron again. How is that still a possibility? Molten iron is... It is running. We do have, finally, plenty of oleochemicals. A little more oxygen. Are we not making enough oxygen? I did talk about maybe doubling oxygen if I had to. No, this is running. It's running good enough. It's not like we have heaps of trains on the way. It might just be that we're still catching up on molten iron demand because I've been struggling to actually get the oleochemicals fixed. And if they are indeed working well now, then I think we should have plenty of, why didn't I put efficiency modules in these things? I guess I still could. It's gonna take a little while for molten iron to catch up, though, if it has been having issues. It looks like we are buffering a little bit of steel, which is good. All right. This does seem like it's running well now. And I'm kind of hoping that's not what I want. I want this. We look at molten iron. Yeah. Well, past 50 hours is harder to tell in the noise, but like, we have not seen it running this consistently in a long time. So, this is good. And like it is, production is above consumption right now, which means that we should expect buffers to actually catch up. And that is also the important thing. Now that might be just also because certain things are not even running, right? Like ferrochrome is probably, oh, it's actually running. Cool. Which means we at least should have gotten ferrochrome up to stainless. Oh, and stainless. Awesome. That's super awesome. Okay. Small parts are running. Okay, okay. The base is trying. It's trying real hard. Oh, we have how do we have a negative number in logistics storage? How does that happen? Oh, it's because they're getting pulled out. They're going onto transport belts at the same time that the bots are trying to get them. Okay. That's how you end up with a negative number. I'm curious what they were feeding into here that, like, drained them. That side is... oh, it's here. Right. It's the loop. The loop that makes sure the bots have opportunities to snag them when we're running out of them. I forgot that was there. Which is fine until such time as we start to get more of them again in the mall. And then, yeah, this is still blocked on aluminum. Aluminum is almost certainly still blocked on phosphoric acid. Yes, phosphoric acid is almost certainly still blocked on wood. I mean, it's running. No, it's not. Yeah, it's wood. And wood is moving slowly. But honestly, we probably don't make enough logs. Like, if we want to check this, so many things use logs. And a lot of these things don't use a lot of logs, but like, nonetheless, they use logs. It would be cool to figure out what our biggest, like, consumers are that still haven't been prodded. Because a lot of the new places where we're consuming it are prodded, but like, oh, this raw fiber build is... Oh, you can't prod that one. We can prod this step, though. So yeah, that's worth looking at. But I'm going to assume if we check the summary on this, logs are going to be real sad. Yeah. How sad, though? 1.22, 5.22, 5.41, 5.43, 7.51, 12, 19 and a quarter, 20, 22 and a quarter, 24, 25 a second, and we're making 15. Okay. So yeah, demand's a little high. Who are our biggest contributors? Phenol, which we are prodding. Phosphoric acid, which we prod. Raw fiber, which we can prod part of. Planter boxes, which we might not be prodding right now, but will in the rebuild. Basic substrate, we're definitely prodding now. It's really like a death by 1,000 cuts, isn't it? It's like 0.2 there, 0.4 there. What do Arthurians here? Oh, Arthurians use logistic science packs. That's not log. Ditto logistic science packs. They just have log in their name. So, like, the raw fiber is a rough one. And we can save a little bit there with a little bit of prod. Biocrud from logs hopefully isn't running too regularly. Or 2, 5.44, 7.52. I'm just redoing my math. 12, 19 and a quarter, a little over 20. Yeah, that's about where I was there. So yeah, like 25. And the biggest ones are raw fiber, phosphoric acid, and phenol. Phenol's fully prodded. Phosphoric acid is fully prodded. The raw fiber build, we could prod a little bit at the input. And that would save 2/3 of a log per second, which, like, is significantly larger than several of the demands of all of these builds, so it's worth it. But we'd need to shave, like, half of our log demand, and we're not going to do that with prod. So the reality is we don't make enough logs, especially not when ash and moss are inconsistent. Ash should be a lot better now, but moss might still be an issue for a little while. Yeah, because molten iron is an issue. As long as I check this and it's running, I'm reasonably confident that we're doing okay. It does seem like the fluids, at least, that come into this are doing well. Little bit of a drip in production, and I'm not sure why. Does seem like it's all running, though. And, like, we are also slowly accumulating molten steel right now, which is maybe not totally necessary. I don't necessarily want to just overflow iron to steel. But, like, we've got 75 of our molten iron a second going into steel, right? Which is like 40% of it. So that is a big deal. But it was accounted for in my molten iron demand calculations when I decided this was going to be a big enough build. And this is, I believe, scaled for 30 a second. Oh, whoops, I hit a button. I don't know what I hit, but I hit a button. Scaled for 30 a second plate in. Yeah. So we could make this not, well, I think we do have the space to make it twice as large, but if we wanted to, we could just make it 50% larger. And that would be manageable. And maybe that's what we need to think about doing, but because, like, we definitely do have more molten iron demand than when we built this. We did. I have been pretty liberal with my use of sand extractors. So, and yeah, it's not a lot of molten iron for, like, this moss build to run, but it adds up. I guess that's one of the things that I need to put on my list of things to check as I'm going through YAFC over the weekend to prep for next week. But this is running pretty consistently for the first time in who knows how long, so I'm reasonably happy with this, certainly compared to how it's been for the past 10 hours, right? 50 hours. It has never run consistently since we rebuilt it. That's the real answer. It's tried. We maybe had one session where it was working well. So yeah, if we get this running for like more than 4 hours at once, I'll be happy. Ash down here. Should be lots. Oh yeah, this is getting deliveries though. Like, trains are coming. Oh, these need to be set to like... probably just like 3 each. But yeah, we're only going to use this ash when we really need it, right? And hopefully that was enough to kind of push ash into the green everywhere. I think so. The only one I see, there's the ash void here, obviously. And this one, which is, oh, this is logs. So of course it wants more ash. But it's also not getting moss right now, so. So then the next one, the next thing that I want to see try to catching up is this. And this is still an absolute cluster. And once this catches up, the next thing that we need to see catching up is moss. And moss probably won't catch up until we can build this. Which is now waiting on Duralumin at least, not advanced small parts. So that is progress of a sort. And Duralumin will run whenever phosphoric acid runs. Like, all of this will run intermittently, right? It's not like it's never going to run. It's just not going to run well consistently. All right, let's call it here. Getting the ash thing done is real nice, hopefully. Hopefully this fixes one of our bottlenecks, and like 90 ash a second is a lot of ash for the future. And of course we're going to keep making ash as a byproduct as we expand things. I'm disappointed some of this stuff stalled out in the mall, but that's just the state of the mess that I call my base right now. Once we get... it looks like Duralumin is the main thing that's blocking everything right now. And aluminum. Both. But that's okay if the mall is all stalled on aluminum, because that shouldn't be blocking any of the, like, critical paths to the base. Well, besides our ability to upgrade moss, and that being blocked might be a problem. But, like, moss just needs iron to run, and once moss is running, wood will run better, and that should help aluminum run better, and we should get to a point where, like, we'll be okay, and we can get some of these bottlenecks cleaned up. It's just taking a little while for iron to figure itself out. Oxygen is really low, though. There is one train on the way. Okay. And if this drops below 20 before it gets here, we should get a second train dispatched. There we go. And we should see now 2 trains. Yeah. I wonder if that's why this is occasionally blipping. If 2 trains on the way just isn't giving us the throughput we need for oxygen. Maybe I need to add a second tank for oxygen and let this have a larger request buffer. Oh, speaking of large request buffers, did I properly hook this up? No. Yikes. Okay, I mean, it's fine, but we could have gotten stuck here where it never thought that it had half of its buffer, right? This looks like it has managed to void a lot of blood, though, which is great. And that should mean that we're running this, like, constantly? Yeah. All right. And this does manage to, like, empty itself. Barely, but it manages. And I think that is good. Yeah. These look like they're running much more consistently now. Everything here is looking good. Meat is doing fine. It hasn't backed up. Lots of bones. Lots of lard. Okay. Lard is getting dispatched. That's fine. Glycerol / oleochemicals are running. Oh, and we have a bunch buffered. Yes! All right, the lard shortage might finally be good. So that's one yak shaved. Many, many more to go. All right, I was trying to wrap up, and I got distracted just kind of trying to figure out the status of things. Let's wrap up. I'm hungry. I'm tired. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Sorry, I've been a little bit grumpy during today's stream. It's just one of those days. But yeah, next week, I'm going to come in with a plan. We're going to know what to do. And we're going to make progress. It might be progress on refactors and scaling rather than, like, really forward tech progress, but either way, it'll be progress. So I'll see folks next week. And I appreciate everyone joining the stream. TTFN.